I'm going to turn my side.
All right. This party started. Hey, how's it going? What's up? These ones in the front are off. I think that they're all on that one. Make a little, set the mood in here. Is that better? Now it's just like this hazy kind of half light.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine with me. I work in the dark like a troll. There's this really well-known software company that bought this top level of a Dallas skyscraper to put all their software developers in. And it had this beautiful roof with all this arching glass, like interactive glass color panel things. And of course, they moved all these developers in. And guess what the first thing that all these developers did? They tented over the top of their cubes. That's right. That company failed too. There's a game called Dark Katana that they came out with. If you guys are old like me. Dark Katana, something like that. It was like a sword fighting game, hence the name. Yeah. But it was they took out full page ads in magazines and said, "We will own you," stuff like that. Yeah.
I have that on Steam. I got it in a humble bundle. Never touched it.
As did everybody else.
Yeah, it was literally free. Never touched
it. They should have paid you to get that game. Hey. Ready to get started? Cool. Let me, you looking for your stuff? Your stuff? All right, let me pull this up. Yeah, that's yours. JD. Yeah. All right. Let's do this thing. Okay, so today is our interview Blitz class, which is kind of, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it. I feel like I've turned you guys out to the wolves too many times, and this is going to be like the big she alpha wolf, big mama timber wolf. Look at Holly's not here yet, so we can, oh, there she is. We can insult her now. like JB was saying, if you're feeling like you're just getting run over by this class, and today's interview questions will make you feel like that, they're guaranteed to just destroy your ego today. So yeah, I know, awesome, right? So like I said, if you guys are feeling, like JB said, if you guys are feeling behind or you're getting steamrolled or run over, then reach out for one-on-ones. Holly is the #1 resource I would go for. She doesn't even go to the office most days of the week. She just kind of rides her winning personality, and they're just like, you can just stay at home, Holly, it's okay. All right, so interviews, technical interviews. Now this is literally, even now, I mean, not even now, like today, if I went on a technical interview, make my skin crawl, make my palms sweat, the profanity bubbles up, as we talked about before. So interviews for a lot of these software development gigs are going to be like several rounds. Okay, has anybody been on a interview for a software development job yet? Awesome. So where did you interview at? Epicon. Epicom. Yeah. What do they do?
They work on a platform called Sugar, and they
Sugar. Sugar CRM?
Yeah.
WordPress, yes. Do they do WordPress also?
I think so.
Yeah. Good times. All right, so did they ask you technical questions when you went to interview there? A test? Yeah, so it was just like multiple choice, fill in the blank. What was it? Okay, so they were like kind of little open-ended code exercises. Okay, so that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be having these open-ended code exercises. Was that your first round interview that you did where they hit you with code? Wow, okay. So that does happen sometimes. So just because of the nature of the beast, a lot of these companies are behind on their hiring, or they have a project that's already launched and they don't have people sitting in the desk for that project or whatever. So sometimes you get jumped right into the technical interview. But oftentimes it's kind of like these rounds of interviews where your first interview is with this human resources person who's just trying to make sure you can like put on pants and brush your teeth, basically. So I don't know, they're like the gatekeeper though. And so then these rounds get progressively difficult. And I don't know if anybody has seen this movie called Game of Death. You seen it before? Bruce Lee, classic Bruce Lee movie. In this movie, it's got a great storyline. Still mystifies me exactly what's going on sometimes when I watch it. But mobsters show up and they're like, oh, there's this place where you're not allowed to have guns. And there's all this treasure. We're not going to tell you what the treasure is, but it's at the top of this pagoda, right? And as you get to the pagoda, you're going to have to step up into each room and fight these progressively more deadly and experienced people. Like the last round here that Bruce Lee's facing off against. Does anybody know who this is, by the way? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, that's right. And so you're like, I have skills. No, you don't. Okay? So this is going to happen, but if we continuously train ourselves and prepare like Bruce Lee did, obviously, guy was like master at training. He spent hours and hours every day training. If we train ourselves and we expose ourselves to these things now, then we will overcome them when we're actually facing the pagoda of death. Back when I used to do martial arts, we used to say, bleed in the dojo so you don't bleed on the street. You know what I mean? So get your licks in now and feel the ego burn and all that stuff, and then you'll be more confident when the real interview comes. So what we're going to do is we're going to move through progressively more difficult stuff as a class. And what I'm going to have everyone do is we're going to partner up so each time I release these kind of new interview questions or new interview exercises, you're going to pair up one-on-one and you're going to kind of act as the interviewer back and forth. So we're going to do a little like role playing. Okay. Don't role play with the Dom. Okay. So I don't know. These web developers are just kinky, I guess. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump right into it, okay? So the first one that we're going to talk about is we're going to go through a series of kind of easier ones into more difficult and then finally impossible, okay? Once again, your response is not needed. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about Bash. And this, like I said, we're going to talk, we're going to discuss this one-on-one. We're going to pair off into teams. Let me open this with, you know what? I'm just going to select this out. I'm going to select these questions out, okay? So first one that we're going to talk about is Bash. Now, Ahmed obviously has a PC because Bash is a very PC-centric tool, but the same questions will apply to the terminal as well if you're on a Mac. Okay. All right. So pair off one-on-ones. Okay. So there should be talking, should be happening, discussing. Let's hit each other with these questions. Yeah, those are the easy question ones, and then the media queries ones, and then the I section them off as medium is hard, but you guys don't know that because I didn't. Which one are you doing? Recursive Fibonacci.
I don't know. No, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, you're doing recursive. To do what? To do it. That's why I put it in the hard one, is because it's not necessarily hard. It just takes a long time. So, do you have it open right now? I can show you the ones that are still.
I was looking at what to do.
So you can do the string I think the string calculator still hasn't been called. This buy low, sell high one, that might be a good one. That one's a difficult one. I would put that in the hard group. And the idea is to slack at people that we know are kind of at that level with individual ones. So if you do that one, then you'll be slacking at more advanced students to come and interview with you. You interview at IBM, right? Yeah. I figured you'd do.
No, I just walked in one day and they gave me the job.
No. You interview, not interviewed. Yeah, that's how I pictured it. Just whoosh. Get up the hill. Yeah. Okay.
Unless it's a phone interview or like an interview.
No. I would not want to be hit by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. His foot's like as big as my chest. Did you used to work in recruiting at Google? Oh, okay. Something I thought you were a recruiter.
No. Probably, I mean, I was always recruiting like my side, like actually recruiting, but I never had like a job title of recruiter.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the Bruce Lee movie where he fights Chuck Norris?
Wait, which one?
I forget what it's called, but in the end he fights Chuck Norris. There's a part where Bruce Lee's fighting against him and he goes, you know, Chuck Norris has this big open gi, you know, like 70s style Chuck Norris. Yes, it was just all hair. And so Bruce Lee just goes, I just rips off, like blows it like that. So awesome. It's like Bruce went there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you would do that too.
So who comes next after the HR person? You guys know who comes next after the HR person? Who the next interview is with? Nope. It's with the person who comes to check and make sure you're cool. Always happens. There's always the first person that you interview that's actually on the team is like the guy with the tattoos and everything. He's like, cool. What's that? What?
I was laughing just because I wanted to look cool.
Oh yeah. That's right. They may make you have some humor, show a little bit of your cut up side, so they can realize that they won't want to murder you after a week of working with you. Makes sense, right?
I did have a general question, but it was backing up. Just maybe it's because I'm in an unrelated field. But
Okay.
Why in the software development field do they just start? Because my background's a little technical too, but I never have gotten. Only once in like probably 20 or 30 interviews have ever been like, how do you what is the technical answer for this transaction? I'm wondering why they do that in software versus other, just like what's in their head.
So a lot of it comes down to the recruiters, and I'll put the blame on them a lot of times because here's a recruiter. My job is to get people into jobs so I can get my payout, right?
Yep.
So what they're going to do is they're going to go, oh, I saw on your resume that you have Java. Here's a job with JavaScript. Can you interview for that? You know, that's their way of operating. They don't have a lot of technical knowledge, so they don't know the candidates that they're sending. So there's already this kind of like, we need to test this guy out and make sure that he actually literally can just code your way out of a wet paper bag is what they're trying to do. They won't be hard questions. The thing that will happen is that they'll be very odd, not the way you would really write a program. So they'll test you like theoretically and not like something that's more real world. So you'll get asked to do some FizzBuzz thing, but then when you're working there, you'll be making like sliding hero banners or something like that. You know what I mean? Like something practical. Yeah. So that's one thing that does happen. And then
I figure it was because there's maybe less structure in the software world, so it's harder to gauge your prior experience, saying like, okay, you were a manager of IT here, and so then it's less comparable, therefore they have to do quantitative tests.
Yeah, and the technologies are so specific. Like you may go and interview at a place that has a specific platform, so they're going to ask you if you know, like a basic question to see if you know that platform, because that's super critical to you just day one completing your job. Now, to what you talked about, as you get into the industry more and more, the interviews are going to be more like sit down and shoot the shit with me and let me see if you have opinions about things. And so that's one thing that's really important to do is to like, yeah, we just introduced you to Bootstrap, but form an opinion on it. Okay. What's the opinion they probably want to hear? Oh, Bootstrap's great, but it's just CSS. Sometimes I like a little slimmer front end. I don't want to bloat it with CSS. So things like that, just kind of, and there's articles where they'll have the pros and cons or, this versus that or things like that. So developing early opinions, even if you're not really deeply like immersed in the programming language or the technology or whatever, being able to at least talk about it and feel like you have an opinion is a big deal too. And so like at my point now, they just want to like talk to me about stuff. They don't want to actually give me a little technical problem or anything. Yeah, I went on an interview. I did an interview, which was WebEx interview, which is just wonderful because you get all the communication problems of a phone interview, and then yeah, like you said, pants. So, well, I put on pants, and then the team said that none of them were wearing pants, so I felt a little out of place. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. I think did we all cover that one pretty well, and I think we could all answer that one. If not, we can catch up on that. All right, so the next one that we're going to do is related to, let me see here, where to go. We're going to be asking questions about GitHub. Everyone's favorite. All right, same thing. You can work in your same group. And here are the basic interview questions for GitHub, okay? So same thing as last time, pair off, role play, interview, interviewer, interviewee. Third time I got it. Which one? The directions are confusing. Yeah.
Which is good. That's why I wanted it.
Yeah.
Because that's basically like how the problem is.
Exactly. Like, really, all they want you to do is just choose the biggest number and store it. But they're like, so when you're trading stocks and blah blah blah. It's like, oh, God. Yeah. It's like Sally with her apples all over again. Give you some.
I'm fixing the code so it's really Fibonacci. 0 is part of Fibonacci.
It is, yeah, it is.
And the solution didn't have that.
Ah.
So, yeah.
I will just be shocked out of my brain if they even understand the term recursive in the first place. That's not something we've introduced, you know. So a lot of this is stuff we haven't introduced. That's why I told him it's ego. Yeah, we never know branching, but a lot of them do know about it. This guy today was talking about branching, and then the guy last time was talking about branching. Yeah. For some reason, all I remember from the last guy was open source. It's like bouncing around my head.
I actually used that term this week.
If you could be like Dick Cheney, there's open source, closed open source, closed open source, and closed source.
But there is.
Yeah.
Because, well, when you have two different instances,
Yeah.
you have your internal, so that's closed open source, or closed source, which is private repo, and your internal source.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have your closed source, which is the public repo, but private repo, and then your open source, which is source repo, public repo.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of silly to see it like spelled out like that. Just like it was funny to see Dick Cheney go known knowns, unknown knowns, and known unknowns.
So since I'm one of the harder questions and I don't know the students, will you give me a list of people that I should?
Yeah, definitely. We will.
And so we'll just we're stacking those people. They're going to work on it for a bit, and we're going to drill on these.
What I would do is bring them over and then give them it and just see what they do from the get-go. Yeah. Offer hints and stuff. Like, I mean, you've been on many interviews, I'm sure. Like, a lot of times they're like, use Google all you want, you know. Like, that's one thing that I was about to mention after this one is like, when you're in a technical interview, 9 times out of 10, the interviewer is going to be like, feel free to use the internet all you damn well please to figure this out. So, because the internet will be available if you're working here. Yeah, they should be. I interviewed at IBM.
Although I had an interview in Florida, some bullshit startup, and it was for a PhD. They wanted me to do biz class. It was just whiteboarding.
I've had that done too. Yeah, I've had that behind.
It's just like, I know it's modulo, but I don't remember.
So that's the thing, and even like my job, it wasn't simulation, and it wasn't university, but I didn't get necessarily correct. But the fact that it's like I can see you know, and that's
That's really what it is, yeah.
and the fact that I was writing these whole loops and segments, and he's done this. Well, he didn't have
The next one I'm gonna release in the Pagoda of Death is the team one, because you know after the individual cool guy, then the whole team sits around you in a circle and like shoot questions. Have you ever had that one before? They put you like in a little swivel chair at the bottom. Yeah, IBM. That's how IBM does. I'm actually describing my IBM interview. And I kicked ass on every single one except for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at the last step. He hit me like I told you, I don't know the guy's name. He's an older gentleman. He's Indian. He's a hiring manager there. He's pretty high up. He was my last interview, and he said I was already tired or whatever, and then he hit me with, describe to me every step of building an elevator. Something really weird like that, you know, that had nothing to do with writing anything out or. No, he said, you're the elevator builder. Tell me the steps of building the elevator. I knew I screwed up because I ended it and I realized that I didn't talk about adding brakes to it. And then I was like, I didn't give my elevator brakes. I lost this job for sure. Elevator without brakes, you're fired. Yeah, just smash into the floor. I can see you've interviewed with this guy. Walking away now.
How do you update your local repository? How do you update your local repository?
Got it.
So how do you do that from? But it says from GitHub. So you would do.
Oh, he's saying refresh your local instance from GitHub, so you would do a git pull.
So hold on. But if I'm on GitHub, I don't have the ability to type Git.
What is your Heroku?
Oh, so you're on GitHub. We're talking.
I'm reading the question.
I think it said your local repository. Local repository means you're on your local computer, and you go git pull, and then GitHub sends you down the updated code.
It's a click.
Well, they've already assumed that you've cloned it and everything, and you know that you have an existing connection. So yeah, the first questions talk about creating the connection and cloning it and everything. Git pull is just bringing down any changes in the code. Yep.
That someone else may have made.
Yep. Or that well, I guess you would already have it if you made it. So, or maybe you made it on another machine. Like a lot of times you'll have, and you actually have to have separate SSL, SSH keys. Sorry, I've been doing shopping carts lately. SSL, SSH are too close to the same. So, you know, you may have a key over here and a key over here. They're actually different keys because each individual computer is fingerprinted.
What is one way to create
So an important point to make, and this is almost universal, is that when you are interviewing, 9 times out of 10, you will be allowed to use Google. Okay? Yes, 9 times out of 10. Now, if you come into a room and all you see is whiteboards, crystal clear and ready for you and markers, then that may be the exception to that rule. And those are painful. So who comes after the guy or the gal who sees if you're cool? Well, that's when you do the team interview. So the whole team comes in. They probably sit in a circle around you, kind of like ninjas. And they don't all attack one at a time, though. Or maybe they do. But they're just going to rapid fire questions at you, try to catch you slipping, throw you off your game, hit you with something that kind of will mess with you, but not outside of your technical skills. It'll be focused on what the job is actually for. So that's the next round. All right, cool. So let's move on to the next set of questions. We have one more set of questions, and we're getting into exercises. So this set of questions is for discussing Heroku, everyone's favorite. And they're not going to ask you. Heroku. All right, so these are just short. So we'll take a little less time on this one. Same thing as before. Just run through Blitzkrieg. Because you're lazy. Because Amazon Web Services is too expensive. Right? Isn't that why you would use Heroku? Really? I thought the prices on Amazon were way higher. We have one RC2 instance that we're supporting right now. It's $500 a month. It's ridiculous. That is absurd, right? Oh, yeah, yeah. It's expensive. Yeah, I mean, it's not, we're not even supporting that much on there.
What are the names?
Well, it's just like pushing the box onto the thing. These were sitting. Yeah, something a little bit. I'm not making a little
I really like the name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we did that. Yeah. So, you make the front.
Yeah, I could have gone. It would have been research model.
Yeah, Phil, this is pretty awesome.
Not only is I don't think so.
But also, that makes sense. I guess. Some people right.
And if you look at it,
What I
Don't do it, Bruce. No. Ah. Oh. Oh. That's insane, huh? Ah! Ouch. He's so furry. Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one.
What was yours, sir?
All right, let's move on to our next one. So this one is going to be an actual exercise. Find our way through. This is a exercise now. I'm uploading it right now. Your favorite. All right, media query time. Media queries. Queries. Media queries. Okay, so does everybody remember how to do media queries? Because your entire economic future depends upon it. Also, this is another thing that's good to have opinions about. They'll ask you, what do you, what's your process on responsive design, right? So there's two basic, really quick things you can say when they ask you about responsive design. Say, as long as I build a flexible grid, all I have to do is then hide and show and stack and unstack content, right? Is that a good answer, Holly? If you asked me a question about that and I gave you that answer, that would be okay? Yeah. Okay, so what is that? Two things, right? Flexible grid, okay? That's what we build percentages and IMs and all of our flexible units of measurement. Second one is the media queries will actually either stack content that was originally side by side, or it will hide and show things based on mobile, not mobile. So sometimes what we'll have is a whole piece of, or a whole element of the page that's only for mobile users, like a hamburger menu, for instance. You're not gonna, well, actually nowadays it seems like a lot of sites are having the hamburger menu at all sizes of the site. So that's kind of changing, but for the most part, the hamburger is something that's hidden until you get to mobile, and then your menu breaks, and so you have to have this kind of hamburger drop down thing. So let's run through this exercise. As it says, do not touch the HTML. You will be just editing the CSS, okay? And please feel free to continue the process that we were doing before. It's this time, one person will be live coding while another person is acting as the interviewer, and then vice versa, okay? Does that make sense? And even if it doesn't, I don't care. I do care. Look deep in my eyes, see the caring. See, yes, in the eyes, and see that I punch a wolf in his stupid wolf face. I have a very particular set of skills. It is too Irish, I guess. Yes. The MD is Markdown. It's just basically the directions. Yeah, it's the directions that you're reading right there.
And do you want to form the work in the MD file?
No, you're going to create a new HTML file. You're going to set it up just like you would a project.
Because you already have an index HTML and CSS in there.
Then you can run with those. If they provide you the files, this is going to be one of the only ones that we provide you starting files. So go ahead and run with those starting files. But if you had to, you know how to take and paste and make the HTML and CSS. And that's all that part is kind of already assumed. Now it's like, can you make the page respond based on these media queries? Yes. Markdown. So it's like a no. Markdown's just kind of a special way of making README files. So if you've ever noticed on GitHub, the part of the page that displays underneath the list of files there is a readme.md Markdown. If you want to Google more on it, it's this thing called Daring Fireball is the name of the website that they kind of created Markdown. It's a way of making kind of easy text tag things that will eventually be transpiled into HTML as the idea. You have a question for me? No? Just staring. Just sizing you up. Oh, got a little quieter in here, huh?
Where are these pictures that you're referring to?
They should give you a URL, and then there's all. We've got a 768 px.png and a 1024 px.png, and then in the directions itself, they list out this Stevens E gallery, blah 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 blah. And that's the way. So this is also another thing to understand is that the last round of the battle of the Pagoda of Death, or whatever I've renamed Bruce Lee's last movie into, that last person is the hiring manager, right? Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. That person's opinion is the only one that really matters. Sure, if you came in like completely inappropriate clothes, you know, stinking of whiskey, then you probably will not make it past the human resource person. Granted, right? So this isn't a class to teach you how to curb your aggressive alcoholism or improve your poor hygiene. But those are important facets to remember. And this is Austin, and everyone's like, dude, I don't ever wear a suit or whatever. Wear a suit to your interview, please, for the love of God. And if they try to like make a thing about it, be like, well, it shows how much I respect this process. Boom. Because it is a game, you know. They'll act like, oh, you're so, you know, uptight and blah, blah, blah. And, oh, you're like, are you a banker? You're wearing a suit. Come on, man. Three-piece suit? That may be a little overkill. You don't need the like opera tails or whatever. Where do you even get a suit like that? What? The little cummerbund that flops up. What's that? I know. I'm sure you got a whole closet of that stuff. Elegant. Which photo?
So this is the photo on the URL.
Okay,
This is the image in the photo.
let's take a look.
We only provide. So what does it look like? One photo of Steven Seagal. So 768. We're on the 1024.
All right.
Seems like he wants you to change the photo.
I got Google.
There's a Nick Cage place on Nick Cage.
What we want to do.
Mm-hmm. Hang on one second, guys. Where is this photo? It gave us a link, but it's not there, huh?
That's what I have after I changed this.
You're supposed to be able to use the Stevens E-Gallery one to be the replacement one.
Well, that was for the other one, right?
768.
Yeah, what about 1024? The image changed.
Yeah, use the 1024 dot. Well, it says PNG, and so in the directory.
Hold on. That's just an image of what it should be.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me
The
check.
image in that image is a different picture of Nick Cage. So I'm curious if we're supposed to change it to that picture of Nick Cage, but we don't have that photo of Nick Cage.
Sure. Hold on one second. I'll look at it.
It's funny because I keep having to explain it using the word picture over and over. So it sounds loopy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. The one with all the crazy faces.
Yeah. If you don't want to change it, fine.
Yeah, just go ahead and choose any image that you want. I mean, I can find one that's 1024.
No, I didn't know if it was just left out.
I think that Ahmed forgot to add that image. And it looks like if there's a way of changing the Stevens E gallery, you may be able to put 1024 where 768 is.
I think Stevens Gallery.
I like it Stevens E gallery. Oh, Jesus. That doesn't even work.
That's actually what it is. I didn't pick it up. Steven Seagal. That's funny. Steven's B Gallery. Steven's Gallery. Silbury.
Pixels get lost in translation.
But how do I don't think it's Twitter, but it is.
Yeah, you can.
Let's see. What's a good... How's a Pliskin here? That's a pretty good one. I would just try to find a placeholder that is 1024 width. If you use Google search tools, you can actually set the size of this exactly.
So when you say 1024, I get confused because there's two different 1024s. Top 1024.
So basically, what they're doing is because the media query is triggering at 1024. So what happened is they forgot to include the 1024 picture for you. So my apologies there.
No, that's okay.
But
I'm on a different one.
oh, you're on it. Okay, yeah.
So when it says 1024, is that the top?
No, width. It's always width. Yeah, always width. There is some responsiveness in height, but it's all done in CSS without media queries. So it appears to be a missing picture in there. Feel free to fill in whatever 1024 picture you want. Or I can send one to everybody. This one right here. Oh.
Yeah, but so I'm gonna put all this in.
Okay, so is everyone pretty much finished with this one then? It's gotten silent in here. It's getting kind of quiet. You show the the thingy thing, the tool thing.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think it's the left, center, and right. Oh man, well, I'm good.
I saw that they're having some Herbalife thing. Does anybody know what that is?
Pyramid scheme ripoff.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, it's either pyramid scheme or a cult. What is it supposed to do for you? Ah, weight loss. Yeah.
Drug cartels are laundering their money.
I love it. Yeah. No, I believe you.
And they all seem really happy.
Yeah. I saw this like just they had these just big carts of this like light blue crystal stuff that they were pushing in there.
Oh, so you're like Breaking Bad and some stuff.
Yeah.
We were making a crystal game, right? So we're Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Herbalife.
I'm lost.
Okay, sure.
So I'm.
Okay. So you got your media queries written in yet?
I put in this one. So I guess I
Well, that's you're not going to put it in the middle of another one like that.
Alright.
So what you'll do is, and the two sizes that they're talking about are 768 and 1024.
Oh, okay.
So go down to back to the bottom of the page, and under this line is where we're going to start our media queries. Okay. So what would it be if you were trying to do a media query for everything smaller than 1024? At media. So first at media. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Well, you're going to have to test something in the page. So what we're trying to test is either max width or min width. Max width, yeah. So, paren. I'll be right back. I'm going to send you something. Sorry.
We'll see you next week.
Did not expect our meetings to be a list style type structure.
Well, there you go. So, did you Google the formatting of a media query?
Yeah.
Remember, in an interview, you'll be able to Google. So,
Yeah, I had it.
okay. So it's at media screen, right?
Okay.
Usually what we put, right?
You want a screen on it?
Yeah. So let's find an article about media queries. Is this the one you were looking at? Yeah. Okay. So at media query, you put screen and. So put it right before the paren that you have there. So screen, space screen, and space and then max width, colon. We put a colon on yeah, right after the H and width, yeah, max width. And what's the max width that you're going to target first?
You said 760.
768, right? So check your syntax, PX. Yeah, you're going to put PX. Now check your syntax against the article you were looking at just to make sure you got it right. There it is. So what do? They say, and then open a bracket, and then everything that's going to be changing query will go within that bracket. And see how you still open new brackets for each rule, but they're all contained in that outer bracket. Okay, so let's go back to yours and make sure that we follow that syntax. Yep, and then bracket, yep. And then anything that you want to change is going to happen within there now.
So could I add in that page record image div or no?
So you're trying to change the image div first? Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would say image div.
Okay.
You can even just, you could just copy this, right?
Okay.
Copy the whole rule, copy, and paste it into the middle of there. Yeah, you got to get it all, even the pound. Even if you don't have it, you can just add it back in. Yeah. So paste that in. Just put that hash back on there. And so now, anything you change here is going to change only when they hit the 768, okay? So what I would do is I would go ahead and bring this rule down a little bit, add your 1024 first, and kind of break down. So everything larger than 1024 is up above. Then 1024 is next, then 768 is next, and you break further down into smaller devices. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So why are we doing it though? Why do you want it that way?
So if you have a phone or whatever, or a tablet.
So as it slowly, as you shrink it, you do it in order.
So the person on the tablet has something that fits in their screen. The person on the phone with their portrait mode has it fit their screen. Yeah. And then in the browser, yeah. So yeah, just write a new rule for 1024, right? Max dash width. 1024 px. Yeah. And then open a bracket. Mm-hmm. Great.
And then we would add in. So we would essentially.
Just all the rules that you want to change, you could target them exactly the same way you did here.
And can you also target them by dot menu? Or no?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just remember that if there's more weight to a rule up here, even though the media query triggers, it might not override it. So it's good to have the exact same selector and then the same selector down there. Okay. And remember, if you go to your browser, yeah, so open in browser.
That's what I was looking at earlier. Here trying to figure out.
Okay, so you are using this. Okay, great. Yeah, so you're using the responsive thing. Cool.
And so if I was looking at this and I didn't have the number, where would I? We're trying to figure out where would I find my record?
Ah, good question. So kill this, remove this item here. Now stretch your page, stretch it from the side. So do it slowly. See, look at this. See how it's actually giving you the readout. So you bring you can go faster than that, but you bring your design in and then there, it just broke. See?
Okay.
So draw it back now. Yeah, and you can almost guess where that breakpoint is, and then you respond in your document.
And you would want your media. So then you.
So 1024 is probably the one where you want to change the media, the menu there, right?
All right. So that's what that is. So
that's like a breakpoint.
And I'm not looking at the 1024. Would I pick 934?
Yeah, if you were just doing it on your own.
At 934.
Yeah. And so there's going to be general sizes that devices come in, and that's known. But your design may be different, you know. So you may break at a different point than the general ones. Like there's outline ones that they'll give you, like on CSS Tricks. He gives you like general media queries, but you don't have to always follow those. You don't have to use all those. You can create your own. And this is kind of how you discover where the design literally breaks is a break point, and then you set the break point in your
So what I do. So I'm at width.
Let's just call this 1024 because the exercise wants you to make it 1024. Yeah.
But if it wasn't, I would do 9:30.
Yeah, 9:30 would work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that is the process that I take every time. I just start recording it and see where it breaks. Okay. All right, so how's that one going now? We getting closer to figuring it out or getting that job? Oh, I forgot to mention the first round thing, resumes. That's another one that the HR generalist does. They're looking at your resume, and they're not really looking at it for content even. They're just looking at it for like gross grammatical errors, flowery custom paper that you printed it on. Don't include headshots that fall out. Perfume is another one that I've been told really annoys HR people. There's a little spray of perfume in there on the page.
Perfume on the resume?
I've seen it before, so. Oh, and unless you're applying for a designer job, like you are a designer, like you're making graphic editing is your main thing, Illustrator, Photoshop, those kind of things. Don't make it pretty, you know. Like fight the urge. Like I want to make my resume look pretty, but it's just not. They don't like that. They hate that actually.
And if you have proprietary information from a former company,
Yeah.
don't bring it.
Yes.
So if you are a designer, is it better just to send in a plain resume anyway, or should you?
No, you can have a doctored up one. Just keep it subtle. Don't go too wild. If you're anything but a designer, then you should just have the standard resume, or if you're in Europe, CV, curriculum vitae, I think is what that stands for.
Yeah, so I was using that academic circle.
CV.
Yeah, but a CV differs from a resume in America.
Yeah.
Everything you've ever done.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, and you wouldn't ask someone who's like starting out on their career for a CV. Like they must in Europe, but it seems weird. Like you don't have a.
Oh, and I changed my display to
Oh yeah, you get crazy now. Flex. Flex. Flexbox. All right, so how would we solve this one? Did anybody solve this one yet? Build it out? Okay, so let's go ahead and code the solution then. So in this case, they've actually done something that you usually won't get in that given you starter files for this particular one. If anything, if it's like create a page, usually the most they'll give you is like a screenshot of that page, what it should look like when it's done. But in this case, they provided you with the starting stuff for that. So they asked us to create media queries for 1024 and 768. Personal preference time, I consider myself going desktop first in this instance. Not that that's the best way to do something or not, but in this case, all the existing CSS would be my screens larger than 1024. So everything larger than 1024. So the next thing I want to do is target 1024 and then 768 and continue down in that path is what I would do. So, and like I said, if you had a mobile first design, then maybe your first part would be your mobile, and then you would say get larger, larger, larger. I'm going smaller, smaller, smaller. So it's just a difference of approach. So to do a media query, we do at media, and we're going to put screen. So it's this screen, and the first one was 1024. So we can do that by paren max dash width and make that 1024 px. Very important to put the px in there. And then you can open your bracket. And then inside here is where all my 1024 ones would reside. And then we also need one for we need one for everything that is 768 or smaller. And max width and 768 px, which is actually pretty small. That does not need a semicolon. Okay, so what do we need to put in there? So a couple of things that they wanted us to do was to fix the menu a little bit. They wanted us to stack our items. And so just like I was talking about before, we're breaking the side-by-side for stack. We are wanting to change our menu so that it doesn't float over to the right anymore, those kind of things. So what we can do is we can start with basic styles that we want to change. Let's do the H1. And for this one, we can just say display block and text line center. So that'll bring it in center instead of off to the left, I think it was. And then also inside of our media query, we can target the menu. And for that, we're going to also break the float by saying display block. Am I? Hash menu? Yeah, I just have pink for some reason. I like it, fuchsia. And then so for to break the float, we say float none. And we also can say background color maroon. Go. And then we can move on through things like the nav. We can set the height to auto. And the padding to 0. And of course, other things we can change. But one of the big ones that they asked us to change was breaking this kind of side-by-side stuff. So what we can do is we can affect the page wrapper and make sure that we set that to width 100%. And then if we've expanded the page wrapper, then we can go ahead and take all of our stuff that was kind of sectioned off and floating right and left and target them one at a time, left, all together, not one at a time, center, and comma right. And so by using the comma, we're actually targeting multiple different elements individually there in one line. And of course, the thing we want to do there is also make them the full width of the screen. In this case, we can actually make them something more like 90%. That way they have a gutter on either side. It's really kind of annoying when you're on a, It's really kind of annoying when you're on a phone and everything's up against the side of the edge of the phone. I don't think I'm alone on that. So with 90, then we're going to change the display block. And then just like before, what we can do is we can then do little things like text. And this is kind of personal preference maybe. Justify. And then we can give it that margin that I was talking about. And we can use our 2% auto. And this is kind of not obviously equaling out to 100. And that's actually probably good. We don't necessarily want to we don't want to get it so close that we might get a little too much if there's an inadvertent gutter or padding or whatever. And so what this does is it allows us to use that ability to set a right and left margin, and then allow the set a top and bottom margin, and then right and left auto on each side. So this is kind of the first step. The big one that this one was probably trying to get you to do was to swap out the image. We can do that pretty. That was the easy part. What was the hard part? Gotcha. Well, the only other changes that I made to this that I haven't put up here yet are I changed. I could put some of them up there. There we go. I just had a nav, a UL that I was centering, and then changing some of the padding on the list item. And then in the 768 one is where we have to change this declaration here for our individual elements. And what we would do is we would then say, this had talked about wanting to keep the text scrolling inside of it, right? Remember how they had one of the pieces of the direction said the item should be 200 width and height, and the text should scroll inside on responsive. So to do that, we would change these 3 areas and say height of 200 px, and then we can go ahead and remove the width. What will happen then is that the width that triggered before will still be the width. Okay, so we're not changing the width, so we don't have to repeat that rule. This rule will actually take over. What's that?
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is that if I don't declare the width on the 768, even if it's down to that 768 size, it's still qualified on the 1024 as well. So we'll still end up with a 90% width. And if I change it here, then I would obviously change it at 768. But it's going to kind of cascade, as we call it. Okay. So height, and then the only other things that we have to do in order to get it to scroll inside is to set the overflow. Does anyone know what the overflow should be set to? Hidden? We want it to scroll. Scroll would work, but we'll do auto. That's right. And so all we're doing is really kind of changing it to the default, back to the default method that is done in overflow. Okay. And then we would change the margin a little bit to increase it slightly. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll Slack this out. If you guys have questions, you can approach us individually on this one. But we're going to go ahead now and move on to the next one. I'm sorry. Yes.
So like for an interview, like if we were given this question, how long realistically time-wise would be given to complete it? Just so this
is a fairly in-depth one, because you have to kind of approach the design, look at it, kind of interpret. This one was written in a kind of way that's very common for interview questions, where it's written confusingly, or like a piece that's really necessary isn't actually there, or something like that. And so that's what I was getting into with these last round interviews, is they'll ask you what feels like a really simple question, but there's like some gotcha in there hidden somewhere. Or they'll ask you a very theoretical question. Like when I interviewed at IBM, they asked me, describe the process if you were going to build me an elevator. Just kind of throws you off a little bit, threw me off at least. I had another one at hired.com where the guy was like, if I asked you, if you were on vacation and I called you and said you needed to work, would you work or not? How far do you live away from my office? If your son got into a fight at school and hurt someone's eye, what would you do about it? Didn't even ask me if I had kids first either. Anyways, so you're going to encounter all kinds of stuff, but definitely the simple question that turns into, you know, the molehill, or however that phrase goes, that's a very common one. Kind of like it seems simple at first, and then you get into it. There's some sort of trick or extra thing.
I was going to add in how many golf balls fit in on a 6-passenger bus. How many gas stations are there often? How many times do they use it every day? You know, how many cars go through?
Okay, cool. So in that vein, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is just a general comment. This is just sounds like the strangest process
It is.
I've ever seen.
It is. It can be very. It will make you. It'll make you sweat, and even, you know, like, I'm a grown ass man. I shouldn't be getting nervous. You know what I mean? Like I said before, I shouldn't get embarrassed anymore. I had another human pee in my face. A child, my child. That was the first time. Yeah. Yes. That's a terrible interview. Or a really awesome one, depending on your perspective, I guess. So that's what happens, is that it is meant to put you under pressure, you know. And it is true. There's not a lot of industries where that is what's done to you when you come in, you know, as you put under pressure.
I mean, I don't know, with my background, if someone came in and started firing those off, I just said, look, this doesn't.
Yeah,
fit for me.
there have been times when I've been like, I maybe wasn't as blunt as you were, but there was a certain point where I was like, check out, because I know I don't want to work here. These guys are jerks, whatever.
Those comments weren't intended to discourage. It's just like a general observation to make some of us this would be highly unusual. So I think it would be very good for people here.
Yeah.
So just generally, because that's probably all you know.
Yep.
You might want to consider going to a different boot camp where you learn. I'm just kidding. It's just the general is just very odd.
Yeah. No, these questions, and we're going to hit you with these interview blitzes continuously through that. This one's really early, in my opinion, because you guys have just been exposed to this stuff. But that's kind of what they'll expect of you.
Yeah, that's what they say online. But you know,
they'll find your breaking point is what they're really trying to do. They like it when you answer the question nice and fast and like with confidence, because then they're like, okay, here we go. Let's upgrade it. Send you to the next level of the pagoda, you know? Yeah. Okay, so around that idea, like what Roger was talking about, what we were talking about, let's spend a little bit of time as like our table groups, and obviously you guys can mix and match. Let's go ahead and brainstorm what is the most popular product by purchase at Walmart. Okay, so discuss in small groups. Very open-ended, weird question, has nothing to do with programming. And what's important is to be able to explain why your answer is the answer. Okay? Quantity. By quantity, not by revenue. Because everyone knows if it was revenue, it'd be those sweet pools that you can set up. Like, man, I got to get me one of those. How am I doing? Muted. Damn it. No one's watching, I think. They must not be watching. I've like had it muted for a while now, I think. Oh no, missing out on my witty banner. He's just like, this? I've never been in an industry where they do this to people. This just seems like something that it's just like an asshole thing to do, basically. Yeah. Yeah, it's just in an interview. You can't go, you asshole. I mean, unless you're you. You're hired. Could your job be just to insult me on a daily basis?
Look, I don't know. I don't know if it's true, but that's what.
Yeah, like what we have. The next one that we have that I'm going to put them through is the box model one, and then when is lunch? 12.
You know what? I almost said whenever you get done.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to. Should I bring them? I should do the box model one, right? I feel like the simpler ones are going to be more useful to them. than the ones that are just like impossible for them to even start.
Those ones are like a good challenge for one-on-ones.
That's a good challenge for one-on-one. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Box model is good for everybody though.
Yeah.
All of these ones are good.
What about
Huh? Yeah, we did the get one. We did all the questions already, and then we just did the float one, and so yeah, they all did. They talked about it. Yeah, they seem to all know about it.
Awesome.
Yeah, we did the media queries. Now we're going to do this float box model thing. Let me just make sure, because so far all of these have had the solution in the assignment files.
Are you in the wrong folder? There's a solutions folder.
No, I'm not. I'm not in the wrong folder at all.
Okay.
Like, this is the solution, right?
Those your headphones?
Yeah, you like them?
Cute.
They're actually my wife's. I'm sure you could have guessed that. I'm way too manly for pink headphones. All right, so if I go to student facing, right, and I open the box model one, floats box models, and I open the style sheet here, right, and then I go over to the solution.
We're done with the Walmart question. We're going to worry about the price of dirt.
That's all right. They're not paying attention.
And look,
Same.
same thing, yeah. Yeah, I'll make sure that they don't get it like that.
All dirt is sold by the
Yeah, and then Jeff's back there fixing the Fibonacci.
Yeah, he's fixing that one.
I think we've kind of hit the point where Matt hasn't had time to go through.
Yes, yeah, no, we have. This week especially was a hard one. It was not as prepared as it was before. That's okay. So I think I'll do file extinct. I think I'll do float box model and file extension, and then this file extension one. Did you see this one? It's a sort by file extension.
Oh, so
Super.
just splice
An if and a for, yeah.
after,
And
like after the period. Basically.
yeah. And so this is all new stuff that they've never heard of, you know?
Right.
But I think that'd be an introduction to here's how hard these are going to be now that we've crossed into JavaScript.
And especially useful for Node.
Yeah, this actually, that's the thing about this one, is this one actually has real world uses, you know?
I use that in all of my app run-ups, like for Node applications.
Yeah.
It's how I access all my controllers. Like I use FS to loop through my controllers directory,
Mm-hmm.
and then basically anything that has the .js extension is
Just
pulled over.
pop it over, yeah. It uses pop, and I don't think any of them have learned pop. We didn't do any array manipulation, did we? Unless it was the day I was out. Because I didn't even bother looking at that list. Okay. It does.
They may know some of it, but not all of it.
This is going to be one of the ones where I'm going to encourage everyone to mingle. Cool. So I'm going to run them through a little bit of this. This is a stupid one, though, huh? What's the most popular item at Walmart? Did you see what the answer was? Banana. But here's the thing. So we were talking about this on the Slack channel. Like, they're all gonna have a question they can't answer, right? So what do you do when you can't answer the question? It's like lawyer yourself out of it. You know what I mean? Well, here's my answer, and here's why I support that answer. And if you can explain your answer, even if it's wrong, you get a little points.
Oh,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
On the bar, that's actually the rules.
Actually, something that was taught. They teach that in the military too.
Yeah.
You go into like a board review kind of thing,
Yeah.
and basically you just sit there and look forward, and they'll ask you a whole bunch of stupid questions.
Yeah.
Just knowledge that you don't ever retain.
Yeah,
It's
that you wouldn't
who
know.
was the first commandant who did this.
Yeah.
Like, fucking talk to Captain Crunch. Like, and they don't care if you.
As long as you can back up your answer.
Well, you don't even have to back it up. You just have to like maintain composure, basically.
Yeah.
Like that's their test. So if you can get
Stress
them
test.
to lose composure, you like win. That's actually how I got one of my promotions. Was I went
Nice.
into a promotion.
I could see
board,
you doing that.
And they asked me like, who was the first Marine aviator, which is Archibald Henderson, but I couldn't remember at the time. And yeah, I said something like Captain John Luke Picard. And one of them just like started smirking. I was like, I see that.
Not so hard ass anymore. You gotta have your war face. No smiling in the military. Okay, did we come up with an answer? And like I said, So this is related to interviewing again. So we're all going to encounter a question that we don't know the answer to. You're going to get your chance to answer, I promise. So we're all going to encounter a question that we can't answer. It just happens, right? But it's what you do after that moment that sets you apart. So my wife is an attorney, okay? And when you're an attorney, you have to take this test called the bar. Maybe you've heard of it, right? And it's not as fun as it sounds. There's no alcohol involved. Well, there is afterwards. Heavy amounts of alcohol afterwards. Everything. So bring it back in. Okay. So it's all about, can you answer the question? If you can't answer the question, can you lawyer yourself out of the question? Okay. And that is trying to explain why your answer is correct, even though it's not correct, right? So that's one strategy. Okay. And as long as you can explain why and back it up with steps and everything, explain your rationale of doing it, that's one thing. Another one is to pose the question back to them, you know, and this is one that I've actually used before, which is kind of it is kind of Jedi, whatever, but you say, oh, okay, well, I actually don't really, you know, admit that you don't fully understand that technology. I'm interested in knowing, how do you use it in your company? Ask a question like that, you know, something that gets them trying to talk about themselves, talk about their company, how they use it. Then you start that back and forth with them. Oh, that's very similar to this technology that I know and that I've worked with extensively. And oh, I'd love to get in there and learn this, and I'd love to learn more with you. And I'm sure that your mentorship could steer me in an amazing way. You know, things like that. Obviously, I'm laying on kind of thick. I've never had a problem with talking, so I can talk. Okay. So you may not have the right answer, and I'll just tell you what the answer is. It's bananas. Okay? It's bananas. No, I hate that song. No Gwen Stefani.
So when you're in an interview, you bring your laptop with you?
Well, I mean, you can, yeah. Sometimes you do.
And will you get an internet connection?
Yeah. If they're going to make you actually write code, they're going to probably give you an internet connection.
So an answer to a question like that is, go look it up on the internet.
Well, this is more in like the kind of conversational part, you know, like, you know, how do you use Angular to do this? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's okay to take your knowledge from Google, but have tidbits to discuss. Have like talking points. And a lot of times they'll say the technologies that you need to know to have the job. So you'll know right away, oh, I don't know this technology. Just go out and do a quick slam on it. Yeah, get some talking points. Go to one of those articles, like I said, pros and cons of this, because the people in technology love to wax on forever about why this is better than that, and that's better than this, and don't do this, do that, you know. So there's all kinds of blog posts about that kind of stuff. Angular's good, Angular's bad, this is better, that's better, you know. So it's very common. So if it's a technology you don't know, maybe do a little pre-work and get some talking points. At least it seems like you know a little bit about it, and that the eagerness to learn more is really the selling point there. Okay, so let's talk about what did you guys come up with as the #1 product at Walmart? You did really?
Well, it had originally was bottled water, but
bottled water. Okay, explain to me your steps for backing up bottled water. Can you back it up? Why bottled water? Oh, okay. So Joey and diapers. Okay, so explain to me the steps and reasoning of why diapers would be the most.
Kind of experiential. I see a lot of families in there shopping for like cheap clothes that their kids are going to grow out of real fast.
Yep.
And then that's not really a constant so much as diapers are.
Yeah.
Talk about new parents, like they're concerned with price, they're concerned with like Walmart's open all the time.
Yeah.
Usually one close by, they're usually there to sneak the fries, or they don't want to go anywhere.
Yep. Has anyone seen the people shopping with their babies at 3 o'clock in the morning? Oh my God. This guy right here. I used to be like, look, what the hell? Put your baby to bed. And then I'm up in there. I'm just kidding. I don't shop at Walmart. All right. Tell me, what did you guys choose?
Bananas, we Googled it.
Really? Okay. So who didn't Google it? Who went through?
We did. Basically, we started looking at the demographics of who would go to Walmart.
Okay.
So the first step was that it was going to be people who were looking for low
Low prices.
low prices, and then we were looking for something. We had discussed diapers, but we were looking for something that was inelastic, so it was necessary, something that would be ruled on a recurring basis. So something that would obviously people would be buying day after day, year after year. So we ruled out things like toothpaste because that's like you know, you said you brush your teeth like once in 6 months. It's good. But it's something you're gonna need on a day-to-day basis, and so then we broke it down to really like, and then we ruled out diapers because not everyone's gonna have babies, so something that every person who's gonna come into Walmart can need on a recurring basis over a lifetime. And so then narrowing those down, we ended up at toilet paper actually.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's actually a pretty good one.
So then we were gonna wipe that
I love the process.
Because then at Walmart now you can buy 50 rolls of toilet paper. And so then we started going perishable goods, and then Booth ruined the show.
And just a tidbit of information: if you're single and then you get a job, you never have to buy toilet paper again. Just take the roll right from the company, take it home with you.
That's quite so much work now.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, what did you guys choose as your product? I liked you, Michael.
Because every single one of us came to a different conclusion on this.
Okay, but did you guys debate and kind of try to persuade each other at least?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Was there any persuasion happening? No?
Kind of. She said
Diapers,
diapers.
okay.
We thought it was a good one because a lot of people and Walmart's available really wherever. I said school supplies because whenever you go to Walmart,
They have the school supplies everywhere, yeah.
I said gum.
Gum, okay.
Because I thought it was something that everybody in the entire store is walking through in the checkout line, so everyone has exposure to it.
It's true,
And
yeah.
then plus flies right there.
But not everyone has teeth. So like the toilet paper one, everyone has a butt. Like I tell my son all the time, he's like, Daddy, do doodle bugs poop? I go, everything poops. The whole world poops, Jackson. Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna move on to another one that was kind of more just to break the monotony of these interviews questions. All right, so next thing we're going to talk about, or that we're going to do, is a quick, or maybe not so quick, assignment on box, model, and floating. Okay, so if we can remember back to that. It's been a while. Okay, let me go ahead and zip this up, and I'll send it out to everybody. Yes, I will. I will do that. Yep. He says, "Why, Bobby Ringo, look like someone walked over your grave." It's a great one. My wife hates it. All the movies I love, she hates. He's amazing. As far as like a method actor, he's amazing, you know? Except for Batman. Oh, what a failure that was. Yeah. Okay, so I think I sent out this one. So we have this floats box exercise here. Okay, do not touch the HTML. So this one might actually be easier than the last one. Now that I'm looking at it a little deeper, but it's got directions along in it in the .md file, which stands for Markdown. If anybody was wondering what Markdown is, it's kind of this way of writing HTML without writing HTML. Popular among content publishers. Yeah, GitHub. Yeah, exactly. The README files are written in Markdown. If you want to know more about Markdown, the name of the organization is Daring Fireball. Oh yeah, let me send that out. Sorry. Oh, there's nothing in that. Yeah, Floatbox. So when I'm sending out these solutions to these exercises, there's also going to be a video file included. So one of the other teachers was wonderful enough to create these videos on his computer where he walks through every step of it. So boom, huge resource for you guys, okay? So please feel free to review the video after you've broken yourself on it, trying to get it done. Because like I said, these are gonna be, they're gonna get really hard. This one is easy still, but this is the last easy one. I know I say things like that all the time. Yep. And actually, after we go to our lunch break, we're going to get into the JavaScript ones. And those are going to be a lot more difficult. And what we're going to do is each of the TAs has chosen one of those questions, and they're going to start slacking to individual people to come back, and they're going to do mock one-on-one live code interviews. Yeah, I know. It's going to be fun.
I was like, okay, yeah, sweet job. It's like, no.
Well, we're going to be working on them as a class up here, and then individually being called back to kind of stand and deliver. Edward James Almost. Is his last name Almost? Because I was in love, actually.
Where's that from?
I don't know. I've just, ever since my cousin slammed on my Liam Neeson impersonation, I've been like working on it in a closet by myself. I'm just walking around going, I have a very particular set of skills. I have a very particular set of skills. That's his criticism. It's too Irish. I have a very particular set of skills. Remember, this is interview Blitz, so let's talk more.
The CSS MD file relevant at all?
The MD is the directions, markdown directions that I was talking about.
But is this relevant to the exercise?
Oh, son of a bitch! They put the CSS in there.
That doesn't solve it. No, that CSS doesn't solve it.
Really? It doesn't? Looks like the solution. Okay, it kind of looked like the solution. When you showed it to me, it looked like the solution.
Oh, it changes width, so that would be not part of the script thing. Was that CSS from the other one?
I'm looking at it now.
Codesbox.md? I don't know.
All the class assignments that I'm supposed to give to you so far have included the actual solutions in them, so I'm like scrambling to remove them from there. And it looks like this one might have done the same thing. No touchy. No touchy. No touchy. Yeah, we're gonna start them here in the next one because we're going into JavaScript now. So yours is more on the easy side, right?
It's the one, the medium one.
Oh, medium one.
It's still kind of easier.
If you want, we can actually start it now.
When do you want to do lunch after?
Yeah, as we should do lunch at 12 first, right? Okay, let's do lunch. As soon as this one ends, we'll go to lunch. I'm just gonna Slack the solution to everybody, not even to cover it. We'll just go to lunch and then come right back in on JavaScript because you're leaving. That's fine. Someone else can handle. I mean, we have a lot of people here, so we'll be fine.
Cool.
All right. I'm gonna make everyone get interviewed by Hector. I'm gonna have you interview everyone. Yeah. Put them through the test. Give them the stare. Oh, this is no bad. Snakers. It doesn't get you all the way there. You're right. Yeah.
So are we supposed to use that or not?
Yeah, you go ahead and start with that. Sorry, I thought it was the solution, so I deleted it out of the CSS file. You have a little bit of CSS. In the bathroom?
Yeah, he wasn't using the bathroom. He was just hanging out.
I told you, those Herbalife people. Well, you know, like they said, as soon as they start changing these bathroom rules, everyone's going to get murdered or raped or accosted. All right, yeah, it's already started. Here comes the rant. Here comes the rant about people in America's obsession with bathroom rules. I want to define the logic of our sex laws. Just stupid, you know? Like all this, people are just like freaking out about bathrooms right now. You're not following all this stuff? That and here in Texas, they're the same asinine, stupid shit, you know? It's like, oh my God, what will happen? It's just a bathroom. Go in there, take a shit, and be done with it. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, yeah. I blame Hollywood. Have you ever noticed that in a Hollywood movie, if they enter a bathroom in a Hollywood movie, something bad always happens? Have you noticed that? If there's ever a scene shot in a bathroom, it's always something negative that happens there.
So what is the universal electric?
It grabs everything, but it has no value. It actually has no weight. So any other property can literally override it. So any other rule you write overrides the everything one. Yeah, because it actually carries no specificity at all, because it's just a wild card. It's kind of weird. That's a weird one that I've always kind of wrap a brain around it kind of.
And Angular does. Angular 2 does. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing is like Angular 2.
A lot of those frameworks
Yeah, there's actually already a thing in your browser called the shadow DOM. You can actually write pre-configured tags. So you could create a tag that just says my tag, and then it puts all this HTML and stuff. But that's programming the shadow DOM, and that's not something I don't think we're going to get into because no one does that. So what is the CSS property that helps us calculate the height and width of elements but remove certain things like padding and margin and things like that? Does anybody remember what CSS box sizing, right? So we probably need to use a little box sizing on this one, right? Liberal box sizing. All right, we're going to work on this for about 2 more minutes. I'm going to slack out the answer, including the video, okay? So the video is very useful. I watched them, I learned things. Box sizing. Box sizing. Box sizing.
So I'm confused on one of those questions.
Sure.
The background color to extend past the 2 floated divs.
Uh-huh.
So when I look at background color, the body has a background color, but then so does each of the 2. You know, variety of things had back. So which background color is?
You want me to show you what it looks like in the end? You just sometimes it's easier to just view it in the browser. Sometimes it's easier to just look at it in the browser, you know. Okay, so let me look at the direction. Let me look at the question here. That's right. So see right here, this area? It's really, I mean, the color that they chose is really like light or whatever. It's this antique white. So see how it extends past the bottom of the box? Sorry, I have this stupid phone thing on, but see how this color extends past here? Like this is white down here, but this is that antique white.
Okay, so the bottom one down there is light gray.
Oh, is that light gray? Okay.
Yeah, and so you're talking about the one in between?
Yeah, right here, yeah.
That's the text wrapper.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make sure that it goes past the box content. Yeah. So what's the property that does that?
Well, I have no idea. We never discussed box sizing.
Oh, really? Okay, so remember how padding can continue? Your content is still there, but it's pushing out past the area that holds the content. So this would be a padding bottom that they're adding. To like you said, that wrapper. All right, because I'm about to slack out the solution, everybody, because it's going to be time to eat some lunch. Okay. We can all accomplish that interview question. Can you put food in your mouth, chew, and then digest it? Yes. Hired. Huh? $150,000. You got a corner office. Get in there and eat some food. There's no such thing as offices anymore. You're lucky if you get your own surge protector. We have the under the table where it's like all these people are like stealing my surge protector spots.
We just have a big closet with a bunch of them.
And then they do this daisy chain thing where it's like daisy chain, daisy chain, daisy chain, and I'm just like I'm praying for the day that it happens. I was like.
Where's Jim? Well, his office burned down today, so.
So clearly he was responsible. Well, electricity goes through it, so it's Jim's responsibility. Yeah.
Jim, did you select the?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, you do.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so now I'm going to send out the solution to this one, including the movie. The move. Were you getting some oral surgery?
Yeah, no, so I had half my thyroid removed.
Oh, yeah.
Having the other half.
Yeah, my mom actually had her thyroid removed a long time ago. Feels good.
The painkillers are spectacular.
Oh, I bet.
I'm not a small guy, so the dosages are just, they're killer.
Yeah, oh yeah.
For a lesser man.
All right, let's slack this out here. Hello, sir. Hello, I help you. Hello, hello, hello. Are you using the hipster Ipsum? Sounds like hipster Ipsum.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Oh, wait, not there.
Really? That's what I use for most of my
That guy has an amazing voice, though.
Yeah, it's so distinctive that I can't get around it.
Is it home movies? He was in that one, right?
Yeah,
God, I love home movies. That was one of my late night stoned out of my brain entertainment options.
I would be really good for that. I was too young.
Squiggle vision. All right, that's uploading now. So the solution to it's uploading slowly. Okay, so all those were the easy ones. Okay, so we'll go to lunch, get some energy, and we'll tackle the hard ones. Okay. And 40 minutes, is that what we're doing for lunch? 12:45. Yep. Yes, sir.
Like the orange or red, the right-hand side one.
Mm-hmm.
Is cut off.
Yeah.
Is that scrollable, or is it just?
No, in this case, it's not. I mean, that wasn't one of the things they asked you. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Never mind. Just no bar. Oh, there's my scroll bar. I was wondering where you were hiding that scroll bar. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Scroll bar pops off the screen. Yeah.
We were trying to figure out a way to like not declare a height because I was like, can we set height inherent, but then it's not a nested div. So I mean, that's what we thought the helper div was for. Okay. All right.
If this div changes, you have to change the height too, right?
Yeah.
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 That's not an elegant solution. This is to show you that you don't have to necessarily do the most elegant solution.
Right.
That's actually what they're looking for, is just the simplest, the easiest way to get it done on the fly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're not like sitting down and like planning out infrastructure and like,
Right,
how you
right,
do a
right.
normal project. You're just
Right.
yeah. It's just.
So you just.
In fact, I've had a couple interviews where we've been on the phone and I've had to do like a JS fiddle or a code pin kind of thing just on the fly. You know, here's the HTML, here's the. It's getting brisk in here. I appreciate it though. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Let me see if I can get it worked out with him. I'll try to work it out with him.
So you wanted us to focus on this one, right, as a group?
No, I think. Oh, yeah, we should probably do this one as a group and then do the one. Then do the call outs. I mean, we're not going to have much time for the call outs anyway, but I don't think that was really necessarily the important part of it anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more or less this kind of. It seems like this peer collaboration is like one of the places where they make the most breakthroughs. You know? Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
Rather than us.
It's like when you have a kid. Like my daughter learns more from watching my son than she does from watching me. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's the whole peer hierarchy.
Yeah, exactly. So then we'll skip the individual ones.
Sure.
Can you go ahead and get people cycling through now because we are on JavaScript? So I'm going to release this one. I'm only going to give them like 10 minutes to work on it. And I'm going to jump right in the next one and say, keep working on this one if you want. If you're already like, this one's easy and want to move on, then we'll do the next one.
So you want me to
Yeah.
and stuff?
Yeah, and if you guys can start to intermingle and see where questions are about how to do it, that would probably be
Instead of doing this in groups, do you want us to like kind of just guide and have everyone?
Yeah.
That's more productive.
Yeah, I think so too.
Easier.
Yeah.
So let's make sure the sound works.
Yeah, I think I see it right here. So let me just ping him and see if he's getting audio.
Okay, cool.
Great, thank you. Can you pass that along to the TAs and such?
Sorry. You want us to kind of start batching them, or
Batching them?
like?
Oh.
If you're done with this,
No, I was just like, intermingle and look over shoulders, ask questions, see.
Intermingle.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah. We're not going to do one-on-ones anymore. So just let everybody else know that. Thank you. You really were. I saw the look in your face. It's like it was amazing because I had never seen you actually be as pale as me, and it was just like a split second where you were. Like, hey, you're Irish for a second. So, since we don't have a lot of time left, since we don't have that much time left.
In file.sort, could I just sort in that for? Or I mean, sort the JPEG? Like, in sorting it, can we sort out one and then say if it's not the other, then all others would be the video?
Well, let's see what kind of parameters we can have. So it's going to come down to what kind of parameters we have in the actual function. So it's comparing two variables. But are you comparing two variables, or are you running through a string and doing a condition? So, what think about the structure of it. Everything's gonna run through a for loop, right? And then inside that, there's probably going to be a condition of some kind, right? So run through a for loop, and then in there we go if it has a.
Can we identify it by the last?
Well, that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to learn how to pop off a bit of the array. Wink, wink. Pop off. So Google pop.
All right.
Wink, wink. This is the thing you're coming to do.
You were a fan of that? Most people really like
I didn't mind young Anakin. It's like teenage Anakin that really drove me crazy. Oh, God. Yeah. That movie destroyed Samuel L. Jackson's career even. Like, think about it. Ewan McGregor. Is he in like any movies anymore after that movie? He isn't really.
Was that before or after Snakes on a Plane? That was before, right?
It was before.
Yeah. Snakes on a Plane was his peak.
That's a bad one, yeah. Terrible movie. I thought that. Oh, that was Samuel Jackson, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like Danny Glover more in that movie than Samuel Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so why do we do this one? All right, there's the question, the $100 question. So let's put our array in. Put our array in. So there's our array. Now let's go ahead and make our variables. So we need a couple of variables. We need a variable for man, Ahmed's mixture of single and double quotes really just drives me absolutely insane.
Yeah, but it's got
He's got double quotes here. And then
right. Oh no, exactly. And see, that's one of the things that I think we should establish is single double quotes and indentation.
Yeah, I know. Well, they understand it. It's just like we keep displaying code to them that doesn't follow the things we talked about.
Even like the Fibonacci sequence code I uploaded, it wasn't correct.
Sure. Didn't even work, or did it work?
It did, but like it didn't include zero.
Zero,
Like, zero
yeah.
is part of the Fibonacci sequence.
Certainly.
And so when you ask for the 6th number and it gives you the 7th number, I'm too much of a math purist, and I have sorry, don't mess with math.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can't really.
No, you can't.
That's the beautiful thing about math.
Not in gravity.
But you can't prove gravity still. That's the one that always bugs me. Yeah. Well, yeah, because it smacks you upside the head. Yeah, it kills. Great way of putting it. All right, so then I need a for loop. Yes.
What is the return?
How'd the curlies get in there? Oh yeah.
Because like something like that, you guys come up and do programming. You can I look at this and kind of put a different bracket around there, and then I'll put if I did like a blank line after that, and how that was going to run. It wouldn't run not like so it only runs the line. It's very next line. So that's serious stuff about that. What is right? So. Are you doing this while we're doing it?
Yeah. Don't look. I mean, I. It's new stuff.
I hate this.
Yeah, I mean, it's these questions that they're going to give you are not practical. They're not real world. So they end up being. Well, actually, you know what? This one is actually really practical, and this has real world uses. Yes.
Yeah, isn't it files?
And even the array is files. So shouldn't it be files?
Did I? 27. So files is the name of the variable, but look at the argument that I'm providing the function. You're looking for what's going to trigger the function to run is what you're doing, right? There's nothing in here yet that will trigger this function to run. Okay, let me show you. Let me run an experiment, make sure it works first before I start being all cocky. It's always important to do. Where's my code again? So, all right, so let's go ahead and bring up the code. This is the final one. Now, as I said, there's nothing in the code that actually triggers it, but we can say, is it sorter? Wait. I forgot what I named my function. Extension sorter. So extension sorter, and then I can say files. So the variable exists there, and the function exists. It's just they haven't been initiated. But boom, there they are. Crafty, crafty son of a bitch. This is the easiest one.
Shouldn't it measure by the length of files here?
Well, that's what he was saying. He feeds that in and then it does loop over.
See how I've given it an argument name?
It's a random thing.
Yeah, it could be snarf or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Whatever the fuck I want, I can dump in there. And I'm just saying, I'm iterate over it as long as the length is. What? Oh, thank you. All right, let's move on to another one. You guys can continue work on this. Well, let's get another one. We're going to rapid fire, you know. See this? Yeah, yeah. And it's just this basic bare bones HTML. Here's the HTML. Sorry, I thought that was implied. Boom. It's really just like an empty HTML file. And just to point out what I did here, this can actually be useful in an interview environment too. So they're asking you questions, you've coded it through, you think you finished it, and then they start to ask you extra questions about it, right? What if we did this? What if we did that? Pop up in your console and be like, well, let's do that. I mean, I could literally, instead of just feeding it the variable that already exists in the application, which is the easy way to run it, obviously, I could start to write my own array right into the console. Add a bunch of images and video files as an array right in there, and then hit enter and let the console run it using my extension sorter function that I have in there. Does that make sense? So there's, in this particular one, the code that I sent out, there's nothing that initiates that function. It's all set up, ready to go, but there's nothing initiating it. Okay, let me slack out the next one. Let's see, what next? What should we do next? 3, prime checker. All right, so here comes another classic. Okay, so this one is, I think this one was actually the easiest one, and that I flipped the danger zones. Okay, so in this one, all we're doing is we're checking to see if a number is prime, right? So write a function that checks to see if a number is a prime number or not. Have it return true if it is, or false if it is not. A prime number is a number greater than 1 that can only be divided by 1 in itself. And please, spend as much time on that article about prime numbers as you feel is necessary. Because they're just exciting. They're prime. I'm primed and ready for these prime numbers. What is it? Dot includes? Uh-huh. Yes. It has a video in it. It has a detailed video that was created by a very friendly guy who shows you how you do every little step of it.
I'm like looking, it's like I got.
No, it's huge. Yeah. Well, they're really heavy lines. See, just keep getting back into it. So this one is a classic. This is very much a classic test question or whatever. So classic that you probably will never even see it anymore, you know, because it's like one of those canned one that everyone studies in their boot camp class,
Right.
and prepares for.
But I do make my, those odd and even sometimes with this, but now we have Bootstrap where it does that for you.
Or the CSS.odd.
Yeah.
For zebra striping, is that what you're talking about? Zebra striping. Does anybody know what zebra striping is? You're a designer, right? Oh, okay. It's like when you have a table and there's a change in the color. Okay. You're like, whoa, this guy really is kinky. He's into zebra striping. I never miss a chance to say the word kinky in front of the whole class. It's a word that I could say and just try not to smirk a little bit. Yes.
Is there a way to make this infinitely scalable?
Well, if you nail the prime equation, then you should be able to put any number you want into it, right? Is that what you mean by scalability?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It didn't define a section of numbers. It said just any number. So, and you know, that's the struggle of these interview questions, that they leave it kind of open ended, so they give you enough rope to hang yourself with. Is basically what they're doing.
I like that.
Yeah. I use that one a lot in my job. When I'm talking about the clients, so give them enough rope and they'll hang us all. Did you lose your partner?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him.
He must have just not liked the quality of this class. He probably got into those Chipotle margaritas. I didn't realize that Chipotle served margaritas with real tequila. Yeah, real tequila. Not wineritas now. I don't know. Is anything at Chipotle good? Do it. Do it.
There's a prime calculator on the page that you can link to.
Ooh, is it made with JavaScript?
Yeah.
Ooh, giving away the answer.
I assume it's made with JavaScript.
All right. So, did you guys cover return functions in that one class that I wasn't here?
Not really.
Oh.
I didn't really cover return functions. It's all new stuff.
It is.
So, console log.
Yeah, console. That's our return function, console log. What's going on? No, I didn't change. It felt nice and cool in here. It's Holly. Oh yeah. Well, they're both wearing jackets. They're both wearing jackets back there. I'm always like, why are people wearing jackets during the summertime? But which one of you is Captain Planet? Did anybody make one with all the Hanna-Barbera mystery-solving creatures? That would be a good one. The Josie's Pussycat versus Scooby-Doo versus the Buggy versus Jabberjaw. It's going to be another one of those things where it needs a user input, yes.
Alan did last time? I have those stats, but I think I have it just set for it. I'll beat all three of them.
Yeah, safety. I think better than lost. Lost case is not finished project.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is I found out my search function, different search functions, and all of the
Yeah, I thought about that, then I realized that I had mine, if that was going on, but then maybe 2 weeks after.
For real?
You guys got going on over there? Something serious. What'd I do? Were we doing what? Yeah. Yep.
Well, no, it'll confuse. Actually, no, it'll confuse them. They might gather.
So what approximately is the timeline you expect to have my stuff graded?
To finish this one?
No, to have my stuff graded.
Oh, do you have stuff that's not graded? It's probably my fault
I
then.
only have one thing graded.
Okay, I'm getting in and grading my stuff. You shouldn't have ended up with me every time. I only grade 5 each time, but I'm like way behind.
I just have homework one.
Oh, okay. Well, they're probably on my list then for at least one of those.
We call that an A.
Yep.
All I have to do is figure out how to say
What? Yeah, I know. There's so many exercises, we're not going to get through too many of them, so I'm just trying to move kind of fast. As we said, there's many ways to accomplish this. I is just the identifier. It's not really an irrational number. Oh, you're talking about actual I. Okay, yeah. Because I used to think the same thing. E is another really common one. It means the event that triggered something, and E is passed along. And I was like, E is also a logarithm, something like that. Forgot to carry the 1. I think 13 is prime too, right? Yeah. I like asking the question. I created a program that will answer that question for me. All right, I'm going to slack out the solution of this one. Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch. And I'm going to leave some of them with you to take home. To the previous one? Yep, it's got the video in and everything. But watch the video, and then that will help you understand. Instead of just looking at it and going, oh, that works. Yeah, no, I'm sure you did. The video is very good at explaining the little subtle things that he did and the reasons why. We did. We split on the period, and then we used a pop to take that, what was left, and add it to the array. Depending on, we pop it and then run a conditional. Yeah, you're kind of. Yeah, it's kind of like it split it off into two things. They're not saved in an array yet, but they're kind of like virtually separate IDs and items. In the array, yeah. Yeah. So you have an array of the extensions, like image extension, video extension. I don't care about the array of extensions. I just care that once I pop that value, when we do a comparison, if that's true, then like whatever element I'm on, whatever element count that I'm on, write that entry, and I'll go pop the next one. The reason I said array was that I was building an array for my extensions right here. So if you look right there, so I'm actually saying if it's an index of not equal to -1. So what do we remember about index of? So if it gives you a place, if it finds it in the array, then it gives you its index number, right? But what does it mean if it gives us -1? And then you passed it in file array. Then you said, then you did a for loop, which is where I started. I just didn't wrap it in a function. Yeah. And so
did the first part, first line is identical, and then we do the second line.
We're splitting and then popping it. Split pop.
Yeah. Okay.
And
It's in the same. If you change it and then.
yeah.
Okay. And then you said
If it finds this as an index of it.
So it's not negative one.
No.
Then write it to the. Write that current element L.
So else we know there's no other option except that it's a video. If it's not an image, then it's a video. That's why I don't.
It splits the whole array before.
Yeah.
It actually compares
Yeah.
it. I thought it was just splitting that single element in the array.
It's splitting at that and then popping it to two pieces and then comparing just that extension. And then based on that, it's writing it to the array. So this item here, file array, it's not getting changed throughout the process. So we can still write the item that we're iterating over. Yeah.
What I did was during the first iteration, so you come through and you say, okay, I am not greater than the length, so I am therefore going to do iteration 1. So I'm going to come through here, and when I say file array position 0, I'm going to split just position 0. And then, so the only thing really in your file extension value is just that single value just pops.
Yeah, it's splitting it at that
Right.
dot.
So it hadn't split anything else.
Yeah.
It's only split that single one.
Yeah.
And then it says,
Remember, I'm setting this file extension, which is holding that top value.
oh, you compare it against the whole.
Yeah. Against my images one. I don't bother comparing it against the movie one because if it's not an image, then it has to be a movie. In this situation, now if it was some other situation where there was a third file type, like a .doc or something that was like, then I would have to be more selective with my conditional statement. But since I know that it's either an image or a video, I can just test against the first one. If not, I'm pushing it to the other array.
I see. So instead of checking all the file types
Yeah.
against a single file,
Yeah.
you're checking the file against all the files.
It gets array, yeah. And if it's not -1, then it must be in images. But if its index of becomes -1, that means that it's not found in the array. So I know it's got to be a video. Yeah, it's not the most elegant, but it accomplishes it. There's many ways to do it too. That's the thing. All right, here comes the prime checker solution. Yep, on to the next one. Who came up with these? So these are group thought of, but they almost all relate back to something that somebody in the program, either here or in one of the other locations, has encountered in a real interview. So these are actually like based off of real world ones.
Like that Google compiler, Google, what's it called? Closure.
Oh yeah, they're. I've never used it. No. Yeah. I hear a lot of things about it. It's really a buzzword again, one of those buzzwords. But Angular was a buzzword. Was.
Yeah. Now it's an afterthought.
Yeah, it kind of is. It's shocking how quickly the industry can change like that. But see, here's the thing: if it's like Angular was hot one year and then the next year React is hot, guess what? If you know JavaScript, it doesn't matter to you. You just move on to the next one. Yeah. The rest of it is what I usually like to call mental masturbation. It's just kind of like theorizing inside your head. How it's applied is more important. All right, so this one's pretty tough. They're asking you to do a word-based calculator. Woot woot. Howdy.
Can you explain this is prime to me? Like I'm a third grader.
Is prime?
Yeah.
Oh, is this
kind of what? Yeah, I'm still on that one.
okay? So you did it the same way that I did, or you did it differently?
Well, this is just something I googled.
Okay.
Yeah, which is the same pretty much. Yeah.
So what it's saying is, if the modulus value of I is equal to 0, which means that it must be, it must not be divisible by itself, I'm assuming is what that means. Okay? So then it's returning false. Okay? So that's how it's using the modulus in this instance.
So if I plug in 15, for example.
Okay. Did you do that?
Well, I did it just here on paper.
Okay.
It's going to return true, right?
15 is a prime number, yes. Wait, no.
Because it's divided by 3, it's divisible by 3 and 5.
Yeah, it's divisible. Yeah, it's not a prime number.
Not a prime number.
No.
So is this going to return true?
7 is a prime number.
Right. So then
13 is.
Is this going to return true?
It will return true, yes.
But it's not a prime number.
I'm sorry, return false.
That's okay.
It'll come into here and it'll say if the value of the modulus of that I. So they set a value. Where's value means? Okay, so value is coming from outside. So that's the user number.
Yeah.
So the user's number. So then value modulus I equal to 0, and it looks like it's iterating over it. So while I is less than the value, and I starts as 2. Yeah, they're trying to see.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they're trying to see what will.
It's not going to immediately break out.
No, it's going to continue to loop it until it does, and then I'm assuming that if it ever hits that the equal 0, then that would tell you that it's not a prime number.
So it's going to start at 2. It's going to return. It's going to equal 1.
So
it's going to go again.
Yeah.
So 15 divided by 3 equals 0. Well, actually equals 5, right? Well, no, I'm sorry. The modulus would be 0 because there's no remainder from there.
Yeah.
Then it's going to say, hey,
false.
This is not a prime number.
Not a prime number. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
So it's iterating over
iterating,
again, and I didn't see that it's comparing the value. So it's just once again perfect proof that there's many ways to do these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to that return statement.
Yeah, we didn't really cover return statements yet. I didn't realize that, but yeah, unfortunately. What's that? Someone said something to me? Hearing voices again. I smell purple.
Red, purple, green.
So what?
What's on PG? Red, purple, green. Same thing. I've been seeing randomly yell out red, purple, green.
Yeah, first it was a sign.
I told you they get tough. You guys know about Fibonacci, right? It's a G. He was the. Angular. I mean, agile. Words flying around in my head. Agile, yes. I hate agile. Not hate it. So we did dash, bubble sort. We did not do bubble sort. We did file extension. We did Box model. We did this one. We did this one. We did this one. Time checker, string calculator. Exclusive. All right, I'm going to introduce one more before our time comes up. And yeah, is it done enough time or is that not enough? Okay, so next one I'm going to introduce is the classic. It's called FizzBuzz. Has anybody heard of that one before? Only from me? Well, let's go ahead and introduce it. So I'll slack out the directions here. You did what?
I have gotten this on YouTube. Is that next to my shoulder and how to watch me
Tell us how. Well, he's still standing here with us, so he survived at least. Okay, so just like it says, write a script that counts, prints through the numbers 1 through 100. But that's too easy. For multiples of 3, print fizz. If the number is a multiple of 5, print buzz. If the number is a multiple of both 3 and 5, print fizz buzz. Classic, classic, classic. Just not to make you all feel bad, but it can be done in one line of jQuery. Yeah, well, that's an even easier way to do it. It's Holly's sphere. That's Holly's way of doing it. Oh, you did it? Yeah.
Of course, it wasn't like do it recursively. It was like do the Fibonacci.
Yeah, just give us a Fibonacci, yeah. It's pretty shocking how many things in nature actually conform to the Fibonacci. Did you see the recent one about the fight, the photograph of the fight in the Ukrainian parliament? Yeah, there was this fight that was captured, and you look at it and you're like, this looks like a like a Renaissance painting, and then someone put the Fibonacci on it. It's like, that's why it looks like a Renaissance painting. Really? Yeah. Oh yeah, Fibonacci was a G. I mean, that dude was like. An OG. Original. Yes. Yeah, the one where he's getting choked. Yeah, that one's Fibonacci too. The golden ratio. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like the visual sister of the iambic pentameter, you know? Like the human mind, the human mind is just more accepting of things that come in these little chunks like that, yeah.
Yeah, but if you do the Fibonacci sequence, if you take the number in front and divide it by the number behind it, you keep getting closer and closer to 1.6.
Yeah.
The further you go in the Fibonacci sequence, the more perfect you get.
But you can never
plug it. You do what? You do what is that, like 3 divided by 2, right? And then you do what? 5 divided by 3. You're gonna start like basic, and then you get more.
You know why Fibonacci was able to develop all that stuff? The reason he was able to do it is he lived in a place that was controlled by a caliphate from North Africa. And so here is a guy who grew up in Italy with all this Italian learning, which economy, the Venetians obviously had the market on economy, right? So he had all that kind of going in, and then he had Arabic and Hindu numbering systems with 0 and all these things that just didn't exist in medieval. Yeah, it's amazing. That combination of cultures, it breeds better stuff. There's a tagline for my kids. My kids are like little walking UN delegations. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. So if you're ever annoyed by zero, just blame the Middle East like we blame everything right now. Yeah. Yeah. What was I had another class where I know. I had another class where I pointed out that in China they invented the compass, the printing press, and gunpowder before Europe, but it's how they applied it.
And they haven't been afforded.
But think about it. How the Chinese get those three things? They build their very just block and letter like things. They don't actually build a printing press with it because they don't have a simple.
They don't have a simple left, right, top down.
Right, and then they do gunpowder and they make fireworks basically.
Right,
Genghis Khan was the one who's like, hey, I can actually use this. Actually made the first, but like, and the compass, they could have sailed anywhere in the world, you know. So they invent all these things, but then the Europeans get a hold of them and they're like, we're going to use these to fuck people up.
It's also, I think that's just demographic size. The fact that China's fucking huge.
Yeah.
It's like, but you're in Italy, it's like there's ocean everywhere. I can go over there.
Yeah.
Use the compass.
That's true. Yeah.
I used the compass just as much, but it was on land.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Did you know in the Chinese Olympics, like they had one time zone for all of China?
All of China, yeah.
No, I mean, and it's just like insane. And I mean, that's like a big.
That's a huge country.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a huge empire. Watch this, Roger. I'm about to introduce a tertiary. 2 o'clock. I feel the same way sometimes. I don't feel all that. Some people have sweet tooth, I have a beer tooth. Beer. I'm into, yes, I am. I just like drinking. Sometimes I actually drink I'll take a tall glass of vodka, straight vodka. Oh, yeah. I used to have family that lived there. I used to have family that lived in Grand Rapids.
Founders, I love that place.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize that's in Grand Rapids.
Yeah. I was really interested to see where that vodka.
Oh, so here it is. So a Russian guy taught me this. And what you do is you get a tall glass of vodka and a Coke, like on ice, right? And you put them next to each other and you just go sip like this. And it's more than just simple like that. So you take the vodka and you like kind of half breath, like half exhale, take the vodka and then breathe all the way out, take a swig of the Coke and just wash and swallow. And like, you can literally drink vodka all day like it's water if you do that. Like you don't ever taste the vodka at all. What? Yeah, a pickle-tine? Oh yeah. Like severely drunk.
You're like, you can drink it all day and you won't taste it.
Yeah, you won't taste it. You'll taste the floor. Oh God.
They do. The pickle juice neutralizes everything.
Oh.
You don't feel like you took a shot of James, and you don't feel like you took a shot of pickle juice. That's the one thing I hate is like American pickles. I'll eat kimchi, I'll eat whatever, but like American pickles, it's like Satan's fruit, like cucumbers soaked in sin.
Cucumbers soaked in sin.
I don't like people like food. No, I hate food. I don't know. I don't like people who don't like people who don't like food. Well, it's tough. I have to live with my,
Your prejudices.
I don't really care for it.
Wait, is she pregnant? Oh, well, are you sure that she's not? Okay. Yes. Because my wife, when she was pregnant, she wanted pickled everything. Yeah, someone was saying, oh, we thought about diapers and we realized not everyone has kids. And I almost said, and thank God that not everyone has kids. Yes, I got 2. I got a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. Really? Ooh, that must have been fun at that one special period. You know which one? You know what period I'm talking about. Let's see. In this case, one will have just been approaching 3, and one was in 4. Like right around there must have been really fun.
Well, they're at an age now, though, it's just not getting to it. They're about to go into 2nd and 3rd grade.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, those are great ages.
They're in 1st
I heard.
and 2nd now.
Yeah.
And they're starting to be able to wear the same clothes.
Are they both girls?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have a boy and a girl, so that'll never happen.
No.
Yeah, my son's going to kindergarten this year. Once summer's over, my son's going to kindergarten, so we're making that transition to school. Yeah.
And so, the whole thing with school after September 1st. So, but she was already doing
All the things, all the stuff, yeah.
Was bringing home
Yeah.
she had already started.
She's got the older sister, yeah.
And so we were like, well, let's see if we can get her in her.
Yeah.
The public school said no.
Yeah. But you did private school?
So we're doing private school.
Yeah.
And then they tried to say when we tried to enroll her in public school 1st grade, they were like, well.
They wanted to go put her back in kindergarten?
They were like, well, I mean.
Stupid.
They were like, well, she hadn't been to kindergarten yet. And I was like, well, yes, she has. She went to a private school.
Which was clearly actually probably more like 1st grade.
And they were like, well, and so I found a loophole that says and then they said that was the first time that anyone's ever done this. That if the student completes, they wanted her to take some tests. And when I looked at the policy that said these tests, it was for kids who were trying to skip kindergarten.
She took it, but at a private school. Yeah.
And they said, well, they're not accredited. And I said, well, yeah, they are.
That's bullshit, man. Yeah.
Elsewhere.
Elsewhere, yeah. It's pretty much universal. Can determine, yeah.
And I said, so as far as you're concerned, the only thing you're allowed to do is let her start 1st grade, and then after observation,
Yeah.
then can you then come back to me and say, hey, we think, she might need some additional testing and maybe go back to 1st grade. But they were like, no, you're right. And then so we ended up getting a call from the principal saying, this is something maybe at the beginning of the year for us.
I can't wait to have it.
But it's good to have them. I wanted them to be so close to your head.
Yeah, that's good. I bet the younger one probably learns like everything so you just got to teach one kid and then that one teaches.
I mean, my daughter came out the other day.
Because your older daughter helped cut the BS out and give her the more, just what you need.
Came out and said, how do you spell chicken? And my younger daughter was like, oh,
chicken.
And then it. And then it. Sounding it out.
Yeah, phonetics.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I got the part, or some of the parts, not all of the parts.
Oh, you're on the calculator. Yep. Cool.
But I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the next part to hook onto. Like, what I'm going to do is actually call the function here. So like that after I've created it. But I think that's what the case is already.
Yeah, you can put it in the case. It doesn't. I mean, it's just statements in a case versus sending it to a function. So yeah, that's not a problem. Are you rendering it out? Or no, it didn't say to render it out or anything.
No, nothing.
What you have looks like it should work, right?
It doesn't. Let me. Or I'll just comment on that. But it doesn't really do anything because it's saying that add hasn't been defined.
Are you testing it in the console when you see if it works? Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. And previously I did add, and then I put like.
You just put it in there, yeah. Semicolon. And that doesn't work. Uncaught character reference here. What line we got? 32.
This is always the previous, right?
Yeah, let's. I don't think you have to put a semicolon on a switch statement. Just put one on there and save it and see if it still gives on the actual switch statement. Yeah. I don't think you're supposed to, but no. Okay, so reference add is not defined. Huh. Okay, so let's go back. As well, yeah, because you don't have an add function. You don't have a function to add. Yeah.
Okay, so I do need to create it. Does it should be inside the switch statement?
Give me 1 second. Let me look at it. Let me look at the solution. Did you fizz buzz it up?
Yeah, I homeworked it up.
What about this one? Is this one a little weird to you?
Oh, you want to show me the one line? You said we could do that in one line of jQuery, right? Show me that really quick.
There it is right there. Well, it's more than one line.
I was like, man, okay.
I said you can do the condition. I meant to say the condition can be done in one line, which it is right here. So this is kind of something we haven't learned yet in our class, but this is called a tertiary operator. So something to Google and yeah, question mark, tertiary. So it's
That's a good word.
tertiary.
Yeah.
It's my third favorite word. Oh. I told you, like I said, I oscillate between dad jokes and extreme offensive material. And rants. Don't forget the rants. Boy, I could have ran it all day today, man. I got stored up.
So, do you think it's quaternary at any point?
Quaternary operator? Quaternary? I don't think so. Five point three. This is this homes. String calculator. Yes, and I'm also going to slack out the ones we didn't get to, but just the starter part of it, okay? And then we'll release the videos to you guys like in a week or something like that. Give you some time to try to go over them because those are the really hard ones. So, you know, I'm not expecting anybody to really be able to get them, but they are good to kind of like stumble over, and then we'll send the videos out. The videos are really good. Have you watched any of the ones that I've sent out so far? Really awesome videos that they made. Woo. I have to close this for a second so I can make the zip or whatever, but I can send you this, okay? Do you have any questions about it, just looking at it? Was different, yeah. Well, I mean, your approach was, you were close already. I know you were, and what you were talking about, creating separate functions for them, may actually be the path that your application should take at this point. Only, yeah. So I'm gonna close this for a second, okay?
liking the homework to do on Saturdays?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I think that's a great idea. It was like I could see the students were starting to go, Roger's class gets an extra day. I'm like, yeah, deal with it. That's life.
No, there's no arguments.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna zip the starters for all these, and then we'll release the solutions to these in like a week or something like that, just to give them extra stuff to stumble over.
Not your stories. I'd say I'm a little bit more proper in my class. It can become somewhat boring.
Hi. Yeah. You want to come sit down?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So I was one of the interviewers for many years.
Mm-hmm.
And I would interview for technicians
Mm-hmm.
or for entry-level engineers.
Yeah.
And so I would ask them questions until I found something that they didn't know.
Yeah, until you hit the point of their Peter principle or whatever.
And that's what I'm looking for what they don't know. And then I had, basically what I would do is I had a question that the layout engineers, that they know.
Yeah.
And I would, this is how you lay out and gate. This is how you lay out the Boolean expression for an AND gate and for an inverter, and then not gate, and then so here's a OR gate, and I would give them, from that and the equation, you have all the information, and it's something that they have no clue. So I would make them. It's like, so how would you do this? Right? And it had nothing to do with the answer. It had everything to do with, can you run it? Trying to figure out
if they could, start to work their way through the problem. Yeah.
And that was it.
That's what a lot of it comes down to is can you at least like start to go down the path? I realize that I've hit your point where you were completely lost, but can you fumble your way through it?
Right, and I did it on purpose.
Yeah.
And some of the guys were too smart to where it's like, okay, I can't get far enough along to where I can ask my question. Because I couldn't, you're smarter than me. I'm no longer valid.
All right, we're going to get started. I'm going to send you one here that we're going to start on. Very, very simple. We're going to start with the most simple one that I have, okay? More than one empty directories? Say what? All right, that's stupid. Okay, so I'm going to Slack this directly to you. All right, so when you get these, go ahead and just extract it out from the zip into a directory. And it'll be this structure that we see here. Okay, so let's just take a real quick look. Oh, Nikes. Did I give you? I'm sorry. Let me send you. Yeah, let me send you a new one. That one had the solution.
Okay. I haven't opened it yet.
Yeah, I forgot that I had worked through this on this one. Go ahead and do it. What? So yeah, starter. All right, so we're going to be using jQuery. Let me go ahead and send you this updated one. Okay, so let me send this one to you. Okay, so here's a. Oh, yay! What happened there? Did it give you a bunch of junk there?
I'm not getting anything.
Huh? It was failed to compile. Blah 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 blah. Yikes. Okay. Let me close this and reopen Slack. Ah, what is this? Oh. Do you know what the name of the Slack team is for the UT one? Is it UT?
Oh, for the Slack?
Yeah, for the Slack.
UT April 2016. UT April 2016.
UT.
April.
What is it?
April. It's APRIL.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
2016.
Yeah.
Is that really the Slack channel name?
Yeah.
Huh. UT April 2016. Okay, cool. All right. For whatever reason, it was breaking on me here. Okay. All right. Let me try this again. So we got this blackout.zip. Okay. Okay. So this is the new one. We'll go ahead and open up the index. Okay. First thing to notice is that we're using jQuery. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what we're doing is we're basically just trying to build a thing that turns the lights on or off. Okay. And by lights on or off, if we go and look at the CSS that came along with it, we'll see what we're, whoops, not that one. We go look at the CSS that came along with it, we'll see what we're talking about here. So open this and we'll see that body.dark background black, okay? So we're just changing the color of the background to black when the light button is switched, okay? And we see we have this little button right here called light switch. That's it that we have, okay? So let's start out our code. So go ahead and open this index.html. And I only have 10 minutes today, so we'll try to get through as many as we can, but we can always pick up more of these another time too.
Okay.
Just have a regular meeting every time we have a class. Okay, so what's the first thing that we need to do if we're going to add JavaScript into our HTML file?
Add the script.
Script tags, right? So since we're relying on jQuery, we have to do it the line under. So let's open script tag. Script type equals text / JavaScript. Okay. Just like, can you see my screen here?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then we'll go ahead and close it so we don't mess up and have an unclosed script tag. Okay. Okay, so if we're creating this application, what kind of global variables may we need for this?
So we need to switch. I mean, and then turning on and off.
How about this? In order to know what to do when a switch is hit, what do we need to know before? We need, well, what information, just take it out of JavaScript even. In order to know what to do when the switch is toggled, what do we need to know before the switch is toggled?
I mean, you need to have the object.
Yeah, and you need, and what about the object is important into what we're going to do to it? Its current state, right?
Right.
Are the lights on when we click the button? Then the lights need to turn off. Are the lights off when we click the button? Then the lights need to turn on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we probably need a variable to store that value, right?
Yeah. So you need a variable.
So we need a variable. So we could do like variable lights. And what will we set it equal to? What's the starting state of our application?
So we are creating a variable for that image.
We're creating a variable for the state of the lights before anything happens. Are the lights on or are the lights off starting with?
Okay, so that will be like
Let's do on. Yeah. So we can just put the string on in there, okay? Feel free to type along too. So then what we need is an actual function to switch the lights, right?
yes.
So how would I write that out?
So function.
Function. And then we name it.
Yeah, light on or switch on.
Let's do switch lights. And then what always comes after the name of it?
Function
Name.
and the object that you're gonna apply function on.
What about this? We need that, right?
Parentheses.
Friends. And then everything inside the curly bracket is the function, right? Okay, so what is the first thing we need to determine when the function light switch is happening?
Then you need to decide.
What is our if going to be?
So
If
you click on the object, then turn on the light.
well, how do we know to turn it on or off? What's going to determine if it should go dark or should go light when we click the button?
Oh, so I think first of all we need to set up. So the bulb is not on and off, on or off.
It's either on or off. There's no other state. It's either on or off.
Yeah.
What's the thing we need to test to know what to do? We need to see if it's on or off, right?
Yeah.
Before we know what to do with the switch, we have to know what the starting state is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, in order to perform it.
yeah, in order to perform the action. So, how would we break that down into an if then else? What's our variable that we're testing against?
Okay, so light.
If lights
Light is on. I mean, if light is equal to true or
on, the thing is, as long as even if it had off as a value, it would still be true. So we can't really use true because any variable that has a value is considered true because of the truthiness of JavaScript.
Okay.
So if it's on, then we're gonna do some stuff. Else, we're gonna do some other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about what goes in so if the lights were on, then we need to turn the screen black now, right?
Yes.
Because the click has happened, whatever has initiated this function, it knows that the lights are on as the starting thing. So how would we change the body to be dark? And remember, we have the style sheet here.
Yeah, so that's.
So what do we need to do to the DOM in order to get it all black?
The background is already black.
No. This class sets the background to black. We need to apply this class to the actual body.
Oh, so we need to set up this.
Yeah,
class.
because if we look at our index, our body doesn't have a class right now.
Yeah.
So it's the starting state is white or on, and then we have one class that is if it gets a class of .dark applied to the body, then the background will turn black. Okay, so let's think about it. How do we add a class to something?
Create a div.
Well, the body already exists. The body exists. We're just trying to make the body have the class dark. So we have jQuery. So let's use our jQuery selector to start off. So $.
Yeah.
What's going to go in here?
So it's going to be the selector.
What is the selector? What are we?
The class.
But what are we trying to change the color of right now?
The background.
Of what?
Of the body.
Of body. So what's the selector? Body. Yeah.
Body.
So select the body, and then what's the method that we're going to use? We want to add a class to it. Don't worry about the click yet. We're going to write the click afterwards. We're just writing the function that happens after the click happens right now.
Okay. So then.
So. So if we didn't know how to add a class using jQuery, we can always pop open a browser. One of these browser windows is going to be here.